I wouldn't say he was this was a distinct. I would say he was a distinct relative of mine. He was my cousin. We actually met each other when I was about 4 years old. He's older than me for 2 years, and we actually intimate individuals to each other. Um, and not a while ago, we had an interesting conversation about different topics, including cars, tourism, and our future. But the most appealing question was about my future. He asked me about my future and what kind of plans I had to move around. Um, and I asked, we had a conversation about our future, and I basically said that I wanted to study abroad. Then I had to take actions and make it more approachable. Um, Basically, I said that I wanted to study in Europe, so I started studying German and English subsequently, and he and we share a lot of interests in common, including languages. We both learn German and English, but he is more proficient in both of them. And the thing that made it more appealing, is that our interests were transacting in one point. By that I mean our interests were, in common. We shared a little bit in common, and we had a conversation in a more cozy atmosphere. We had a conversation in our home. So.
And the last question. In your opinion, has technology improved the way we communicate with each other?
Um, yeah, I certainly do believe that technology made our communicative skills more convenient. Because while I agree to some extent, I do believe that made it that our communicative skills are getting more, more harder to connect with each other. But we used to, write posts, and it would take 3 months to receive a post from from another person. So I do actually believe that technology made our lives more easier, and it provides a lot of convenience actually, from texting and to completing basic tasks. And from recent years, AI is improving its technology in the sphere of communication, per se. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, may I agree? Yes. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Okay. Could you put your phone take a minute? So, what is the number of the cards?
Number 5.
5. Okay, let's answer the first one. Just a second, by the way.
Should I read the question?
Okay, I will read. Do you like spending time by yourself?
Actually, no. I think I prefer more spending time with my family or my friends because I would say I'm very optimistic and very talkative person. I love being around people, so I prefer spending time not alone.
Okay. What do you do when you are alone?
Well, actually, I'm a very self-assured person, so when I'm alone, I just love doing a little time for self-care, like maybe skincare or reading, or just doing some activities that I enjoy.
Okay. When was the last time that you spent time by yourself?
Last time, I think yesterday, because I had not a very good family, so when my parents were gone for work, I was alone at home, and I was just reading my favorite book, and I'm very grateful.
And would you like to spend more time on your own?
I think I spent just efficient time on my own to be okay.
Okay, so move to the part 2, and you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to answer.
So the time when the weather changed my plans it was actually this summer. I was with my family in Paris, and so we went abroad specifically to see this special sightseeing, the Eiffel Tower. And we went, but it was this abnormal rain, and we were kind of petrified by this because it was like very atrocious, I could say, because it was abnormal. I mean, like it was very large, like tremendously large raindrops. So instead, we went to the hotel, and actually, our hotel contained like a lot of facilities like gym, spa, and everything. So we just went kind of all through the room to kind of relax with my family, and we spent a great time actually. And the next day when the weather was nice, we decided to go back to the Eiffel Tower and we see.
How does the weather influence different jobs?
I guess when you're working outside and you have also a job like instructor or something like this, weather always influence your job, but you just have to be prepared for it. You have to have a special uniform for it that your work may provide. So, but if you're having an office job, it's not very effective.
Okay. And does the weather affect your mood?
No. So actually, I know that there are a lot of sayings that weather can like psychologically affect your mood, but I don't think that it's true. And I know there's a lot like old adage that says that the weather can only affect your health, and I believe in this because the weather actually makes my legs sore.
Thank you. Yes, yes. So it's step one, over there. What is the number of your birth?
5.
So, do you like spending time by yourself?
Yes, I really enjoy it because I am a quite introverted person, so I prefer spending time by myself other than with other people, and I get to do what I like, so I usually spend time watching movies every day.
Okay. What do you do when you are alone?
As I mentioned before, I spend time reading. I started a new book series. It's called Your Fault. So, and I usually also bake. I really like baking. My favorite recipe would definitely be brownies.
Okay. And when was the last time that you spent time by yourself?
It was yesterday, so yesterday after the Olympiad, the first tour, I came back home and my family was away, so I just spent time cleaning and listening to music.
Okay. And would you like to spend more time on your own?
I personally think that I already spend a lot of time on my own, so I think it would definitely be better for me to go out more and socialize with my friends.
Okay. You can add part two. Here you have 1 minute to prepare. If you need maybe written notes, you will have a pen, a paper, and you will answer according to minutes. Okay?
Okay, so this happened, I'm pretty sure in 2021. So we used to live abroad with my family, and we had the beach. It was 3 hours away from us. So we wanted to visit the beach in springtime. And back then, it was the windy season. Like there were a lot of winds, a lot of hurricanes. It was just very big waves, and I remember we decided to go. And when we came, it was cloudy, like it was cold, very windy, and the big waves, they were really big from because of the wind, and they were like going really up the shore and leaving seashells behind. And everything was okay. It was just a bit cold, nothing much. But then it started like raining. It was pouring raining, so really bad. So we had to find an escape. So we just went to the nearest restaurant and we waited there for the rain to pass. So it just started pouring, like it was really hard. But it was a quick rain, thank God. So
Okay. So next one is one question. Great. Do you think people should be more worried about climate change than they are?
I think that people are worried about climate change. Even right now, there are a lot of ways that we're trying to find to stop it. But I think that people should take it more seriously because even though everybody is talking about it, like, okay, guys, we have to use less electricity, or we have to like recycle more. Everyone isn't following the advice to prevent climate change because they don't understand how serious the problem is. So they should definitely learn. But as humans, we're not gonna try to change it unless something huge happens that is gonna affect all of us. So people definitely should take it more seriously.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good
Everybody, thank you. Choose one more. Yes, yes, choose one. What is the number of your round?
Number 3.
Okay. Let's start from the first part. So, do you lead a healthy lifestyle?
Yeah, I do. I check my health once in a while. I eat healthy. I specifically check if the food I eat or the exercises I do specifically keep me fit and well balanced. A well balanced diet is a good healthy lifestyle.
What do you do to keep fit?
Occasional exercises to keep me in check, and I go outside once in a while to also be aware of things that happen around me, and it's just an overall exercise for the legs.
Okay. Have you ever had any habits which you consider to be unhealthy?
Perhaps staying at home for a little bit could be considered unhealthy because you stay indoors for a long time and your legs or any other limbs could be atrophied, and then you're gonna have to exercise them again to get them going.
Okay. Is fitness or a healthy diet more important to you?
Well, for me, it's probably fitness, but it really depends on the person and their own uh, what he wants from himself. If fitness doesn't work for him, maybe a healthy diet could, or if a healthy diet doesn't, probably fitness would.
Okay. So, you have 1 minute to prepare to the second part, and then you have 2 minutes to answer. Okay. If you need any notes, you will have a sheet of paper, and you have it. So, you start. Okay, so time is up. That's done.
Um, it doesn't really matter what kind of healthy activity I'm doing, as long as it's an activity or an exercise. It is, in my eyes, a healthy one. It could be running, it could be just exercising without equipment or with equipment.
or just or all going outside with friends or without. Because if you're always going with your legs, if you're on the move, I can consider that something healthy because staying in one place doesn't really benefit you. Uh, I used to go to the parks with my father on the summer of 22. Well, mostly he wanted me to go with him, so. But every day at around 9 a.m., we would wake up, I would brush my teeth and drink some water, and then go to the park with my father. We would have some running sessions, then exercise on the equipment they had there. And then in the summer of 23, I took the initiative and took my friend each day out, well, probably not each day, 4 days a week outside, also to the park because I grew accustomed to it, and we wouldn't run per se, we would just walk around the park and talk.
Okay, thank you. And from the part three, why do so many people suffer from stress-related illnesses?
Just
Yes.
well, it probably differs from a person to person because not every illness is the same. Every source is not the same, and I would suppose that for teenagers or students, it would be the stress from the upcoming exams and overall the worries about the future, where they want to go, where they don't, what do you want to do, and probably also if they're not in a full family, it would probably also cause some stress problems. And some parents would also probably demand something from them. I'm not saying everyone is like that, but there are some occasions. And
Thank you.
but
Could you choose a card?
So, please show me your permission mark.
Okay. Choose a number of the card. Okay, let's start from the first part. Do you prefer to read books or online books?
Actually, I prefer both of them because reading books is also my hobby. I usually prefer reading books in my free time, and at the same time, I usually spend my time watching online bloggers. So I would say that I choose both of them.
What is your favorite subject to read about?
My favorite subject. I would say that I would prefer chemistry because chemistry and physics, again, I choose both of them because they are really interesting. I understand physics because it talks about the usual processes in our world, but the overview on these processes, you look at them through science like this.
Did your parents read it to you when you were a child?
Yes, my grandmother was reading me books and different stories for a child, and fairy tales. I love this time, and that was good.
Would you give a book as a gift?
Mm, honestly, no, because I think that it depends on the special preference of the person, and if you don't know the exact book that you want to give, it would be undesirable.
Okay. So thank you. And we will move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare. And if you need some like toilets and notes, you have a sheet of paper. Okay. And then you have 2 minutes to answer. Okay.
How many minutes do I have for preparing?
1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, and sorry about that.
The book that I really enjoyed reading, it is called Little Women. Um, it was This book was about five little sisters, little sisters in one family, and it was about their close relationships, their support, and also the period that was described in this book. It was about, I think, 19th century, the Cold War, and it was really difficult time for them, and also their dad was sent to the work, and it was hard time for them, and this book describes like their support, their help, and if I have to talk about the effect that it left on me, I would say that I understand about how important it is to support your close people, relatives, your surrounding, and we have to appreciate our relatives because these sisters, they were really like generous and and also they were really kind for each other. Were kind. Um, that's why I started to appreciate my relatives even more. My mom. I just understand the importance.
So, that was one question. So, what are the most popular types of books? What are the most popular types of books?
The most popular types of books. I think that currently it's fantasy books, maybe for child, because um, child content is widespread now, and it is prevalent among the population. And I think that fantasy for children.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then maybe free. Can you give your papers, all papers? And the second one also. Thank you. Have a nice day. Take one here and paper. You need a pen? Who will give you? Yes, I will. Okay. Your permission card, you show to the If you need some jobs, okay.
Can I use this paper?
No, don't like. Just another paper. No. Okay, so let's answer some questions. Yes, according to the speaking part, and then we will give you time to prepare yourself. So, which city origin are you from?
I was born in Astana. This is my native city where I was born, and what I really like about the city is that it is the capital of Kazakhstan. Well, it has all the possibilities. It has all the places where you can go. You can meet people. Or you can, I don't know, like study or do whatever you want to do some hobbies. Yeah, for example, I was to other cities. I've been there, but they're not as big as Astana. For example, Akdam, Mangsta, they're not as big as the capital, and that's what I like about the city.
Okay, thank you. What is the best thing about your city for?
It's pretty much what I said, a lot of possibilities there, and also I like the design of the city, although it is very different in the parts, like the left part of the city and the right coast of the city. The pretty much the design is like a little bit of that, a little bit of these, and there is no there is no like identical style in the city. It's all different, and you can like find all the cultures that inhabit this inhabit the city.
Okay, and what would tourists find interesting in your home region?
It's a difficult question because when somebody goes to Astana, I don't know what to show them, really. I don't know where to go. There are only cafeterias and like nothing else, like malls, shops. But we don't have a lot of museums, we don't have theater, we don't have it like on a great level. Like for example, in London, Moscow, those very big cities, the capitals, they have a lot more to offer to tourists. In fact, Astana has, in my opinion, as I am the citizen of Astana, it has nothing to offer to tourists.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give you 1 minute to prepare to the second part, and then you will have 2 minutes to answer them.
We'll have to prep time for the part 3.
No, and by the way,
It's like part 2 and part 3. Okay.
okay, the time is up.
Okay.
We start.
So will you answer or will you ask me questions?
No,
Just talk. Okay, so Tana saw something interesting on social media. It was pretty much 2 months or 3 months ago when I saw stories from a friend. She was publishing to her stories a post of debating club. And I saw it and I found it really interesting. I was like thinking 2 days long, and like I was like, should I join to that debating club? Should I even do this? But to join it, it required to publish it in your stories and do a complete survey. So I did it, and yeah, I got enrolled into that club. I played pretty much around 10 games. I participated in 2 debating tournaments because of just this one post that I saw on social media. And of course I find it interesting, like I found a new hobby. That's a online debating club that is from Kazakhstan originally, and all the people are from Kazakhstan, from different cities, and I found new friends and just had a good time, and I did not plan to stop. That's what I find interesting about social media. You can find whatever possibility, whatever you want to find, you can find it. Because it really depends on your interests, what you want to get from social media. If you want to get some fast dopamine, you of course will watch some reels or something. But if you want to get connections, possibilities, and everything, you may do this. And that's perfect for me. And then the most,
So, I'll ask one question. Okay. Great. So, do you think it's important to be on social media?
of course it is, like nowadays world is all filled with social media content, and you cannot live without it. You need to be publishing some posts, talk about your life, about your future plans, communicate yourself with others, and of course social media is news about the world, what tendencies are in there, and the information that you need to use in your day-to-day life. And yeah, that's important to be on social media to not miss out anything.
Okay. So, thank you, David.
Was this all?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just give us the. Yeah.
I didn't want to waste it. You can just erase it. Are moving the results?
That's all.
Like the results already today?
The results you
Yeah.
mean, I think I'm not sure. Yeah. So the question is,
Are you 2 teachers? Like, do you teach here?
maybe that's a. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I will do.
Thank you. You too. Take it. Okay, makes it here. What is the number of the cards?
Card 10.
So let's start from the first part. So let's answer the questions. What is your country famous for?
My country is called Kazakhstan, and it's mostly famous for the Silk Road, which was used for traveling, trading, and selling goods. It used to be a path from Eastern Europe all the way to China, and people used that road in order to travel and do the things they listed.
Okay. Where do you live in your country?
I live in Astana, around near the river, and me personally, I'm not really a big fan of the city because I don't like the cold. I would rather prefer living somewhere in the south where it's hotter and there's no snow to struggle with.
Okay. So is it an interesting place to live?
It depends on the event on it most of the time. It used to be interesting in 2007 when there was the expo. You could go there, or just when the mega subway opened, you could go there too. But nowadays, there's not really much to do here other than some of the malls and trying out some small activities, and that's it.
Okay. And are you planning to live bigger in the future?
That one's kind of complicated. It depends on what kind of job I have in the future. If it's international relations, I will probably live here or somewhere else, but most likely here. Or if I'm a lawyer, I'm thinking probably Australia or the United Kingdom.
Okay, thank you. So, in the second part, here you will have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to answer. Okay? So, if you need a sheet of paper, you may take it then.
Okay.
Be very close minutes. Okay, hands up. So, yes,
This question was kind of complicated. I didn't really know that many trees or flowers, and I don't think I have a favorite. But if I had to answer the question, I'd say the birch tree. Back then, when I was younger, I really loved the tree. It was pretty funny looking. It was white with dark spots, and there was also this sort of drink called birch water back then. I don't know why they don't sell it anymore, but I used to love that. I drank it when I could, when I had the opportunity. And overall, the tree looks really majestic. It's tall, and I like how it's sort of skinny or something most of the time. Not really that wide. The tree most of the time usually grows in Kazakhstan. I haven't seen it anywhere else. I have lived in the Middle East and I didn't see a single birch tree there for some reason. I couldn't really find an answer why, because I didn't really think much of it. But yeah, I like the birch tree. It's pretty cool.
Second part, three hours question. You have to answer one day. So, do you think it is important to have gardens or parks in our cities?
Yeah, I think it's important to have gardens or parks in the city, mostly so that the city looks greener and more beautiful, but not just for the way the city looks better, but because the parks, they produce oxygen. If you're in the city, you want to have you want to have a great time and inhale some clean oxygen. Just go to the park, have a picnic there, and spend time with your family or friends. And there are other parks that are usually for kids, playgrounds. I think those are important too, since if a child does not grow while interacting with the outside, nature, and all that, or playing those playgrounds, I think they might develop a little worse than they should be developing, especially when they're younger.
Alright. Thank you very much. So, again, let's go maybe break, but we take. Choose one part. One part. If you need some flavor, card number. Number 8. So let's start from the first one. So do you like reading books and why?
I like reading books because I mean it's when you waste time. When you waste time, this.
Okay. What book would you take on a long journey?
I'll bring a book about detective is like with dystopian.
How is it for you to read books in English?
Since I started books in English, and for me, I prefer English book for A1.
You not reading a book recently?
Recently, I have read a book about also detective. Got it.
Okay. Do you like watching advertisement?
Yes, I like.
And so what kind of people like reading and what kind of people don't like reading very much?
I think people who don't like reading books have time for another. And I think this type of people are more introvert.
Okay. So let's go to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare and then 2 minutes to answer. Time's up. Let's start.
I would like to choose my mom because I'm very close relationship with her. I can trust her, she can trust me. And my mom is very important for me. And, I often see her and admire her.
So, part three, last one question. So, what role do your grandparents play in your family and country? What role do your grandparents play?
I think allows change universal ways. This change is mm, they use more smartphone gadgets, so grow up their children and also parents. And before another belief or before another do you take your children to dance, dances, and school and another sports?
Okay. Take it, yeah. You mean free? You mean breakfast? Yes, maybe. Thank you. Have a nice day. Goodbye. So now, choose one word. Choose one word. Show us your permission. Yeah.
My weapon?
Number.
Speaking cartoon.
So, please ask one questions, then we'll give you time instead of. I will have to ask you. Do you prefer to read books or online books?
Personally, I like reading physical copies of books rather than online blogs, since I feel like somehow reading something like that you have physically on hand can develop some kind of cognitive skills in your brain rather than screens.
What is your favorite subject to read about?
If I had to choose one subject to read about, the first genre I would pick is fiction, and the subject in general, I would probably choose something about some kind of fantasy worlds, something about mythical creatures.
Okay. Did your parents read to you when you were a child?
Actually, no, because I did mostly independent reading when I was a child, since that was how I was taught in my own school.
Would you give it as a present?
Only if I know that my close friend likes to read books, since if he didn't, it would be kind of redundant.
So you'll have 1 minute for preparing your answers, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Can I write it?
No, you can write, you can write a paper and okay, time's up. Let's start.
So one of the books that I really enjoyed reading was a book called Strange Reading by a female author. I forgot her name. This book was about two soldiers reading faithfully in World War II and forming an unbreakable friendship. This book is kind of between the line of fiction and nonfiction, since it's about World War II. Non-fiction is event, and of course, but it has like fictional characters that didn't exist. So it's somewhere in between. I really like that kind of genre of books that use real life events and add on. So one of the soldiers is a veteran who was sent back to his battalion after being wounded. And the other soldier was going to be a soon-to-be doctor, but doesn't know anything about war. And it's about their challenges they face in fighting in the war and how they start to form an unbreakable friendship. So the reason I read it was actually out of whim, because I was very bored in my school library and I just chose it by accident. And I was actually very grateful that I chose it because it really touched something deep in me. The reason, like the effect that it had on me was that it really gave me a new perspective of wars in general and how truly meaningless they are, because the ending is very sad.
So, thank you again. And move to the third part. In your opinion, do people read as much nowadays as a reading device?
No, because due to the development in technology, we have our iPhones, our cellular devices, Kindles. It's generally kind of an epidemic of its own, with books starting to gain less popularity each year.
Yeah. Okay, so taken.
Oh, is that one question supposed to be 3-4 minutes? Oh, no, I thought they were.
No, it was from the third part. Oh, that's enough, yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take one part over there.
Use your earphones, yeah, for, okay.
Card number 8.
So then, yeah, let's start from the first part. Do you like reading books and why?
Okay, well, on a personal level, I wouldn't say so, but I've definitely taken some interest in reading a couple in the past. Maybe one of the examples I could say, No Country for Old Men, but I don't really remember who wrote it. I remember looking it up on the internet, but I don't remember anymore.
Okay. So we asked how easy is it for you to read books in English?
I wouldn't say I have any trouble reading English reading books, but I do have trouble focusing on the text itself sometimes. So yeah.
Okay. Have you given up reading recently?
No, as I said, I don't really take interest in reading often, but I do. But I can read books if I find them like intriguing in terms of like context or story. But as of recent, I don't think I have read it. So no, I haven't.
Okay. What kind of people like reading, or what kind of people don't like reading very much?
Well, if you'd ask me, which you did, I'd say that actually it's a pretty tough one, but people that don't like reading, I suppose they would just like a better visualization of the story. Maybe they take up audiobooks, or maybe instead video iterations of the said books. But in terms of characteristics and personality, I think I don't really know. But you can have any kind of person, maybe an academic prospect that still doesn't really like reading books in their free time. So can't really give you a specific answer on that.
Okay. And do you like watching advertisements?
Probably not. Yeah, I'd say not because well, what person likes being interrupted with advertisements, especially when they're watching, for example, like a show or like a movie. So, no, I don't.
So, move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare. If you need a paper, you can take it, maybe do some notes, and 2 minutes to answer this part.
I do have a question about the second aspect. The second point. What exactly does it mean in relation? As in like a family member or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll start out the first one. And so it's my grandfather, and I especially like him a lot because he has taken a large sum of my. He's in a large sum of my childhood memories, and I do remember, if my memory does not mistake me, of course, him always taking part in pretty much any kind of activity with me. He'd always go outside with me, and he'd bring me out somewhere. I remember riding, what do you call it? Just playing in the snow and stuff like that. But I also do remember him spoiling me a lot, but it's not just because of that alone. But it's mostly because, well, he has just been a lot, he's just been around me a lot as a kid. And he'd always introduce me to new aspects of life. He'd show me a lot of things that I also found interesting. And I think that was the thing that helped create a strong bond between me and him. So, yeah. If I also want to add something else about, I don't think I covered how often I see him. I don't see him often now that I moved to Astana. I wasn't born here. And no, I don't really see him often, but whenever he comes around, I try to make sure that I talk to him often. So, yeah.
So let's move to the part three.
Okay.
So I'll ask one question. The ship husbands and wives have different roles within the family.
Different rules within the band?
Say within roles.
Oh, roles.
Roles, yeah.
Well, I think maybe, yeah, but not in a way of woman cooks and the man gets the money to the house, into the household. I think it should be kind of mixed together in terms of like house chores, but overall, maybe in terms of education and upbringing, yes. For example, a husband may be taking on a part of teaching their children maybe ways of standing up for themselves, while maybe a wife could be more of like a side of the, I don't know, parents, a side parent. Okay, let me word it better. Maybe the wife could be someone who teaches their kids more, how do I say this, more adequate ways of maybe settling down conflict. So, as I said, in terms of house chores, I don't think it should be any different because I don't really respect that personally. But mostly in terms of operating it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Choose one. If you need a short paper, you can take it fast, you can do some notes. So, can you tell us your number? Or, 10. So, let's start from the first part. What is your country famous for?
So my country is honestly famous for its the fact that it's very welcoming, and it's known for the fact that it welcomes guests very well. It knows how to show its customs, traditions, and everything, and it's a very warm-hearted folk in the country. Another thing is that it has very interesting traditions of foods and the clothes. It has its uniqueness from other countries. For example, it's the clothes that they wear. It's fit for nomads. If you already met before. Another thing is the food. We like meat, for example, and other dishes made from dough, like bafsa and shawarma.
Okay, yeah.
So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Where do you live in your country?
I live in the capital. It's called Astana. It's a very nice city, in my opinion. And I've lived here for 2 years since I've moved here from the US. And then, it's, in my opinion, a nice place to live.
Is it an interesting place to be?
So where I live, it has everything next to it, from shops to malls to schools. So I'd say it's a comfy place to live. You've got everything right next to you.
Okay. And are you planning to live there in the future?
Well, I'm not sure, but I might stay here unless my family plan to move somewhere else again. I like to travel a lot, and I'm used to visiting new places.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to answer. Okay. So let's start. Okay. Question.
One of the plants that I like are sunflowers. In my opinion, they're very interesting since they always face the sun, unlike other plants. They've got a very radiant and cheery look to them. I really like their bright yellow petals and the seeds in the center. And whenever I look at them, I feel happy, honestly, because kind of reminds me of myself. I have a cheery personality, and the flower has these very radiant and bright colors that one of my favorite colors is yellow, for example. I really like yellow. And it has these great, majestic little stems that are sturdy, and they're usually found in farms, for example. I like to observe them. I once did an experiment with my classmates before, and we took care of one in our school garden. Honestly, associates with great memories in my past, so that's why I really like the plant itself.
Okay. Then, wait, one question was, so what are the benefits of spending time in gardens or parks?
So you can do lots of fun activities. You can help out your, for example, my grandparents have a garden. They usually help them out with planting things and taking care of the flowers. So I find that activity very interesting. You get to learn where your food comes from and how it is grown. And every plant has its own uniqueness. So how you take care of it, how much water you give it and everything. While you do that stuff, you get to breathe fresh air too, which is good for your health and well-being. You get to have better focus and great memory, and spend some time outside away from the screens.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah. Do you need?
So, should we use?
Yeah. Over there. What is the number? Circle. So let's start from the first part. Do you lead a healthy lifestyle?
Yeah, actually, I really prefer healthy lifestyle because of my health. My parents always teach me to do some sports, eat healthy food. So
Okay, next question. What do you do to keep fit?
how I said before, I'm going to the fitness club like 3 times a week. Also, try to eat more healthy, fresh food like vegetables, fruits, and meat, of course, because it's good for my muscles. And also have some like rest because it's really important for muscle.
Have you ever had any habits which you consider to be unhealthy?
No, I don't think I have some habits because, for example, smoking is for me some health supplements, and I don't like it. So,
Okay, so is fitness or healthy diet more important to you?
as for me, fitness is more important, and I like it more because I can say that I have really strict healthy diet. I think you can eat whatever you want, just in one proportion.
So you have one minute to prepare for the second part. Answer in 2 minutes.
One of my best and I think interesting hobby is going to the fitness club, which is located near my relative. Um, I like it because all my life, like all my childhood, I'm going to dance, ballet, and some activities. So when went from the ballet school, I want to go somewhere where we have a program with the trainers, coaches, so yeah, and we choose in schools. There are only girls allowed, so I like that type of gym because I don't know, I'm annoyed with men, so I'm embarrassing to train with men. So sometimes I go there with my friends. There are also a great community. You can have fun, and the trainers are also like friendly. At some point, they can explain everything good, and I really see results from my trainers. So yeah. And I think it's really would go somewhere like sports, because first of all, of course, your like basic body health, your muscles become stronger, and also your mental health. For example, if you are stressed, you can get out the stress from your training.
Okay, thank you. So part three. How can people improve their health?
To begin with, they need to understand that there are no some typical body shape or something like that. You need to be a healthy body shape. You can't be super skinny or overweight. You need to find a balance, and also, healthy products, healthy food, and moreover, you need to have any activities. It can't be like something difficult for you. You need to have fun from it, and you just like it.
Okay. Thank you. Wait. Brian. Hello. So, do you want to take your card? Number?
Number 7.
Now, let's start from the first part. So, which is more important to you, friends or family?
Well, I haven't thought about that. Well, definitely family because friends. Well, it's something that changes over time, and through your life you will meet many different people. So, but when you think about your family, that are the people that you know for your entire life, your mom, dad, well, your siblings, they are the closest to you, and even if you had some kind of arguments, they will still remain ones that will help you.
So, do you have a small or large circle of friends?
Well, I would consider it as a small one because, well, I used to have many friends, so like 10 or 20 people, and hanging out with all of them was very exhausting. And I mean, spending your time on a different people is not very rational. So now I have, I think 3 of my closest friends, and they're very dear to me.
Okay, and who was your best friend in school?
Well, my best friend at school was a girl that I met at the 7th grade. Well, we're still friends. We're studying in the same class, and we've known each other already for 7 years. So that's it.
And what sort of things did you like to do together?
Oh, actually, we do almost everything. We like playing video games. Also, going to the malls. Well, once we even visited a church, it was an interesting experience to visit a church with your friend. So yeah, basically everything.
Okay. So, now let's go to the second part. Here we will give you 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss this.
Okay. Okay, so, well, the kindest person I know and I think I have ever met is, in fact, one of my closest friends. His name is Akbar. I met him at school, and it was like 4 years ago. And I think he's the kindest person because he's always generous. He's very open-minded, and well, I cannot consider it as a good thing, but he doesn't really care what other people will think of him. He's just the way he is. So, and every time I need help or someone needs, even if he doesn't know the person, he will help and he will do basically everything to make other people happy. What else? I guess that's it.
Okay. So, and let's move to this third part. So, do you think it is important for people to spend time alone?
Yes, actually, I think it is essential because, well, nowadays in this very fast-paced world, we meet new people every day. Well, we have to communicate, and spending time alone just helps you to gather your thoughts together, to, well, to maybe reflect on everything that, well, personally, I tend to kind of meditate, basically spend time alone in the evening. So I just sit and reflect on everything that I have experienced throughout my day. Well, it may be through the week, through the months. So yeah, it does really help you.
Okay. So, thank you.
Okay.
You may read.
Goodbye. Thank you.
You may choose the card. There's not only marking.
Number one.
Okay, so the first question is, what kind of place is it? Here,
My city. I live in Boston. It is the capital of Ағылшын, and it's a wonderful city with new technologies. And by the way, I have grown up there.
okay, so what kind of jobs do the people in your town do? In your city do?
People, there are a lot of business areas in my city, so a lot of businessmen are going to meetings and doing their jobs. And I think my city is very full of rush and maybe sometimes loudly.
Would you say, let's see, would you say it's a good place to live? And why? Is it a good place to live here?
Yes, of course. I think Astana is a great place to live, as there is here a lot of attractions and places to visit for teenagers, especially. For instance, malls as Hanschafer or Killian, children and teenagers can visit this place to meet together, to chat, and talk about their feelings maybe.
Okay. So let's move to the second part. Here, you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to answer. according to you. If you need a paper, you may take it and to the subnotes.
Can you take a picture?
Because I'm friends without transpose there.
Okay, we can have time.
The most important thing in my life is, I think, my puppy, my toy puppy. It was given from my sister as a birthday present when I was 11 years old. It's very, I love this toy as I sleep with it, and when I have nightmares, I can stay calm and memorize how my sister gave it to me. Because my sister is away from our home, she is a university student and can meet very often. So this puppy, I use this puppy to calm my nerves when I'm in stress situations, and I also have a great experience when I gave it to my cousin, and I think this toy is full of great energy, which I shared with my little brother. So I think the toys is great. I love the toys, all the toys I have, as because I can play with them, maybe, and it's a great present for everyone.
Okay, so do you think that advertising influences what people buy?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think advertising influences what people buy?
Yes, I think advertising can have a great influence on what people like. As sometimes, if I respect and I trust someone who advertises something, I can absolutely buy this thing in the future. As maybe he shows all advantages of the product, and if I find this product in the malls, I will absolutely buy it.
Okay, so very much. Thank you so much. Papers. Choose one part. What is the number of the card?
The number of the cards.
Let's go through the question. Do you prefer to read books or online books?
So as a person who does not really keen on reading, but I do prefer reading books that are not online because it is easier for me to focus. And I think it is the aesthetic of the books that also matters to me. And if I have a choice to choose between regular books or online books, I would definitely choose the regular books.
What is your favorite subject to read about?
So my favorite subject to read about is something that is about motivation or how to develop yourself. I think only by this I can encourage myself to be better. And there are a lot of books that are really good at this topic. And I always choose a book that is about this.
Did your parents read to you when you were a child?
Yes, a lot. Before I went to the bed, my mom always used to read to me some fairy tale books or something that is like our traditional stories. And yeah, I would say that they did read to me a lot.
Would you give a book as a present?
So as my friends love to read books, I always give them a book that is on their wish list. And I think gifting a book to a person can really show that their interest matters to you. And I would give a book to my friends as a gift.
Okay, so let's go to the second part. Here, you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss this. If you need some notes, you may take video. So many things.
As a child, I always used to watch the Harry Potter films, and I think it's really basic to say that I read the Harry Potter book because it's really popular. But as I said, as I grow older, I think this book really grew on me, and as I became a teenager, I decided to read this book like in a regular format. And the book is about magician. It's all the setting happens in the magic world, and there is also in this book there is also involved a student life, which is really familiar to me because I am also a student, and I think this this part was really familiar to me, and the reason why I decided to read this book. So I think by looking up at the main character, who is Harry Potter, I learned a lot of things to myself because he's really hardworking and always gets to his aim, no matter what it takes to him. And as everyone knows, I think Harry Potter was an only child, and he lost his parents during a really bad accident. And by this, I think we all can learn from Harry Potter that no matter what difficulties you face, there will always be a great outcome, and you should never give up. And Harry Potter is a really interesting book, and I recommend it to everyone.
Okay. So, let's move to the circle. What are the most popular types of books?
The most popular type of book, I think it's about like scientific fictions or about fantasies, because I think a lot of people love to read something interesting and something that is extraordinary to them. And also, whenever I go to like bookstores, there are a lot of books about like fantasy or scientific fictions.
So, thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. So, can you ask me? Okay, good. Goodbye. She's one. What is the number of your birthday? 8. So, those are from the first words. Do you like reading books and why?
To be honest, I'm not really into reading books, especially if it's school books, such as like Russian literature. I'm not really into it, but I think the best book that I ever read was by Agatha Christie. I'm not really a fan of her, but the book's really interesting to me because they are like identity and stuff like this. And it's like the best genre for me.
Okay. And what book would you take on a long journey?
I think that if it's gonna be a journey, I think I'm gonna take some book that's gonna be maybe something by Agatha Christie or something, because I think if it's gonna be a train journey, that also would be great, because the atmosphere will be like this, especially if it's a night train. Or maybe something. I also think the best book that I would choose, it would be gonna. I don't know how it's gonna be in English, like a granite bracelet. Also one of the best books that I ever read, and I think it's also gonna be a wonderful book to choose.
Okay. And how easy is it for you to read books in English?
Actually, I tried to read book in English, but it wasn't the best experience. But I tried with a really hard book that was. There were just a lot of words that I didn't know, so I decided to start like mangas. So it was easier than the basic books, and now I usually read mangas. Like I mean, twice a week. I think I read mangas in English. It's really interesting.
Okay, so let's move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare to the second part, and then you have 2 minutes to answer them. If you need papers, you can take it to some notes. Okay, and if you're ready, please.
The person in the family with mine is my older sister. Her name is Karina. I really admire her because when we were younger, we lived in a small town, and only in 3 years she came to Amsterdam. Now she lives here. She didn't really was well in school, but the last 2 years she got good grades, and now she studied in university. She got this year her last academic year, and she got a diploma. And I really admire her because she was really ambitious person. If she had some aim, she would do everything to get it. As an example, when she was around my age, 16, she wanted to make some special present for my mother, so she got a job secretly from her, and she got her really big cat and jewelry. And even now, my mom wear it because it was like a really, it like melted her, and I want to be like her in the future, like as a rich person.
So, let's move to the third part. What conflicts can arise within a family? Conflicts.
Any conflicts? I think conflicts between siblings, the most common. As a person who have a mother, I think we always have conflicts. It could be something like food conflicts, like I could buy something and he could eat it secretly from me, and I would become really angry with it. Or maybe if I ask my friends to come over, or he asked his friends to come over, and I didn't know that they would come, then I would be also I would argue with him like, why didn't told me, warn me that they would come, I would go somewhere, or maybe I think usually it's the food calls.
Okay, thank you. Basic. If you need some papers, to do some notes. If you need some papers, you may do some notes. So what's the number of your card? Number 2. Okay. So, let's start with the first part. Do you prefer to read books or online readers?
I think I lean more to my daughters. It's more entertaining to watch anyway, and sometimes their experience helps me understand more about the topic that they're discussing. But reading books is also understandable.
Okay. So what is your favorite subject to read about?
I think biology is the most interesting science because it's really interesting to me to read about living organisms and how they function.
Okay. And did your parents read to you when you were a child?
I don't sing that much. I think I was more of a self-learner, and I read myself a lot. So it kind of helped me in the long run.
Okay. And would you give a book as a present as a gift?
I think I already have done that a few times. I think giving books as gifts is a very simple but valuable gift.
Okay. So we're gonna move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to answer for this part. Okay. Okay, we're going to
Okay. As I can describe a couple of children of Captain Laurent. It was about two children that have lost their dad. His name was Captain Laurent, and they went on a big overseas adventure to find him. And they went through a lot of different situations while they were traveling. And I think it had a big affection on me because it was one of my first books that I have read, and it was really, it really introduced me to modern, well, not modern, but literature.
Okay. So let's move to the part three. Also one question. So, do you think it is important for people to read books?
Of course, reading books was always important in our world, and books are considered the most a more safe way to gain knowledge than any other methods, because they also have more professional, experienced people who are writing them and giving their own knowledge.
Okay, so thank you, Victoria.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Virginia, it's Chibon. Could you give me your permission?
Can I have?
Yes, are you speaking also? Take a big, you need to write something.
Let's do it over there.
Okay, what is the number of paper?
8. Can I close it?
Yes, I will do it. Go through the questions. So let's start from the first part. Do you like reading books and why?
Yes, personally, I prefer to read books in my free time. And in fact, fortunately, I am actually fond of reading books. I'm a big fan of books. For instance, recently I've read some book of Stephen King. Have you heard about it, Carrie? He's a genius writer. I'm an absolutely fan of him. I can read every single book that he writes. This exactly book tells about an unusual girl who has superpowers, telepathy, and she lives with mom who is like, let's say, religious, and she's in a some bad way of religious, and she really tells always Carrie how to act, that her behavior is not appropriate wherever she goes, wherever she does. She constant being with her, and always she's always ashamed of her daughter, and she dislikes it so much that one day she didn't know even about it. She had never found out about her powers before, and then when she was extremely furious about something, and her telepathic powers just came out of nowhere. She was so shocked, and then from that particular moment till the end of the book, she develops, improves her power.
Okay. So, how easy it is for you to read books in English?
Oh,
Short.
I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I read a book in English and I don't understand some words, I always try to understand it from out of context. Like I thought that if you don't understand any word, then you just don't have to pay attention to that. You have to read the whole text, entire text, without paying attention, and then out of context you can get what author meant.
Okay. So, we'll go to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare. You may do some notes, and then you have 2 minutes to answer, to talk about this topic. Okay?
The person in my family who I really admire is my sister. Her name is Sam. She is 26 years old, and recently she became a mom. So now I'm an auntie of one beautiful niece. So what relation she is to me, that of course she's my sister. We're gonna love each other no matter what happens. And there is especially some sisterhood that stands out. I love her. I remember my niece. Wherever I go, always my friends they tell like, oh my God, you love your niece so much that you watch her videos every time. And I say like, of course she's my niece, a baby of of person I appreciate in my life so much. But to be frank, when I was when I was just born, my sister was a teenager, and our relationships were terrible. I always do a mess up in her room, and I always got her things without her permission. Of course, she was angry about that extremely, and she always we had a huge arguments. She screams at me, and my dad always stands by my side, and he always like tells you are not a little girl. You should understand that she's still a baby, and she doesn't understand how this world works, so just be patient, and then she will grow up and be thankful to you.
Okay, thank you, time's up. So let's move to the third part. Mm, What role did your parents play in the family in your country?
In our country, being respectful to older people, to elderly people, is really important. It's really essential, valuable in our country. In Kazakhstan, it's one of the biggest values ever. And in my country, in my exact family, our grandparents always sit at the part of the chair, like part of the table. They're most dear people. We wait for them. We cook for them the best food, the best conditions that we can provide. Of course, they live in another city, but always when they come to our Astana, we always cook their favorite food. We invite guests because they're well respected people in our surroundings. And also,
Thank you very much. It's yes.
goodbye.
Hello. You can choose one card from there. Yeah, sure. If you need to write some notes with the paper,
Your turn. What is the number of your one? First. Okay, let's start from the first part. What kind of jobs do the people in your town? What kind of jobs do the people do in your town?
My town, there are lots of different jobs. Most popular are, I think, that nowadays the most important job is doctors, because this is the most essential job for us, because our life depends on how doctors can treat us, and of course they will be so popular in our city like in the others. Furthermore, I think that our police is also very popular. They do their work and do their best every day, so we can see the results.
Okay, what do you like about living there?
In fact, I really love living there because this is where I lived, and I'm living for 16 years. So I really like both the nature and the culture of the country.
So, let's see, here we have the second part. I will give you 1 minute to prepare, and then you will have 2 minutes to discuss the topic. Okay?
Nowadays, now I have lots of various things that are very essential for me. And as for many people, my mobile phone is very important for me. Not because it has only technological possibilities, but also it has a possibility to connect with my friends that live in a long distance. Also, I can keep in touch with my family at any time. There are all of my pictures, which give me pleasure to watch them every time. Moreover, I had my mobile phone since my childhood. I got it when I was 8 years old, and since that time I have it and use it on a daily basis. So I use it to keep in touch with all my family and friends, to memorize all happy memories, and to have a rest for some time.
Would it be easy to replace the mobile phone?
I think maybe, but I think I would need some time to find another thing with the same opportunities.
Thank you very much. So, can you find the papers, if you want information?
Goodbye.
Thank you, you too. Did you choose one card? If you want to take the notes, you can take paper.
Do you have any time for preparation?
Yes, you have. Just for the first part, you don't have any time. For the second part, yes, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll have all of it.
Yes, yes. You have. So what is the number of the card?
So,
Sir? We'll start from the first part.
without preparation.
Yes. So, do you lead a healthy lifestyle?
I think that healthy lifestyle is extremely important in each person's life. Because without healthy lifestyle, you can't really do all these things properly and spend your day.
Okay. Have you ever had any habits which you consider to be unhealthy?
I haven't had because I try to live a healthy lifestyle and I have been doing sport for my whole life.
Is fitness or a healthy diet more important to you?
I suppose that fitness and healthy diet go hand in hand, and you can't really choose one of them, because if you have an unhealthy diet and you train, it will also affect job.
Okay. So, move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare. You may do some notes, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss the topic. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
the most important thing that I do in order to be healthy is spending time in harmony with nature. Sometimes we spend time in where with our family. This is extremely important because when you live in big city that is full of hectic lifestyle, there is a great number of emissions, and that really damages our organism and is detrimental for our health. And we need to spend time just in our natural habitat as we used to do it, where we can see trees, and I suppose that it's really healthy for our lungs because when we live in the city, we can only breathe emissions from other cars or some stations that are made near our city. And also, doing sports in Garoa is also important because if you don't do any sports, then you just become coach potato, and your muscles aren't fit, and you just become lazy person that's unable of any particular exercises. And when you do it in some type of sports games, you can also have a good time with your loved ones, your brothers, sisters, mom and dad, and furthermore, it strengthens your connections with your parents, brothers and sisters, etc.
Yeah, good, thank you. So, what are some popular ways to keep fit in your country?
I reckon that the most popular way to keep fit in our country is to go to the gym. It has become really popular over the recent years because it became some kind of trend, and majority of youngsters try to go to the gym. Sadly, only a smaller part of them can do it in the right way. Majority of them just try to lift heavy weights, and it results in some kind of injuries. But I think that it's really good trend because you can keep fit and also bring health. Relief as well.
Thank you, Albert.
So,
Yes, that's it. Could you give us figures? Also, could you give me a figure? Yes, thank you. Thank you.
You too, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. You can take, give us with you. You can take over there one card. For the second part, if you need some problem to take notes, here you can take paper.
And what is the number of your card? So what is more important to you, friends or family?
I suppose I would choose my family. The most important thing in our lives is, I think, family. Family will support you. They help you grow, help you develop.
Yeah.
They're most families and relatives help unconditionally. So love is unconditional. So
Okay. Do you have a small or large circle of friends?
can you repeat the question?
Do you have a small or a large circle of friends?
So I prefer myself as a smaller friend group because you're able to get closer to them, you know them well, and most importantly, they will help you all the time because they're close to you, you're close to them, and you always know their characteristics and
Okay, what sorts of things did you like to do together with your friends?
so I like to talk with them, especially I like to talk about the future with them. Most of my friends are from my school, are my classmates, so it's really valuable time spent together. So I think it's really cool to have such friends.
So, let's move to the second part. Here you will have 1 minute to prepare, and then you will have 2 minutes to discuss this one. Okay?
Okay. This person I know who's kind is my classmate. His name is Majid. I know this person because in my class we always sit together, so I know him pretty well. He's really friendly. He always helps me when I have problems. Also, we work together in our school's student council. He's a president, and I'm his vice president, so we always collaborate to solve problems. He's really socially free. He can talk quite freely and discuss any topic with me pretty well.
Okay. So, do you think it is important for people to spend time alone?
I guess alone time helps you think about the future, about your relations with others, and think about important things in your life and develop by yourself.
So, okay. Great. Meeting. Thank you very much. You may be free. Have a good day.
Okay, bye.
Everyone. Maybe choose one of the characters. Okay. And so give me a permission for the what is the number of your iPad?
Special part for.
4.
Yeah, for.
So if you need to do some notes, you may take a sheet of paper or maybe a pencil. Right? So the number is 4. Okay, so let's start from the first part. Which city or region are you from?
I'm from sınıp, but my dad and mom are from Koşipa. So they were living in Koşipa over 15 years, early 2000. They moved to the capital, where I was.
Okay. What is the best thing about your city or office?
I think like that, for example, the atmosphere is a lot better than in Koşipa. So also I like the people in here, they're more like friendly and there's a lot of movement going on here, such as there's no, obviously no animals, domestic animals like in Koşipa, and also there's a lot of malls and stores that are not in the Koşipa. So that's what I like.
Okay. What would tourists find interesting in your home region?
I think that the traditional parks is very nice. That it's in fact our interesting thing, our region. They're super interesting. Also that, for example, like horses, our history, all that. I think that people can find interesting. Also, such as food.
So let's go to the second part. So here you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss the topic. Okay? So, time starts.
Okay, so the most interesting I found in social media, it was NASA telescope because first of all I like science and astronomy. I very enjoy it, and once I saw it on social media, it got me very interesting because the amount of telescope it was such massive. Also, it cost a lot of money. So it was approximately like in 2020 when I saw it. They were giving the details and information about it, such as like how the telescope was built, how long was it to take, and I think I saw it even after that. I saw one in museum that is such a familiar telescope. So I think it's when it comes to the theme about interesting things on social media. I think it was very interesting, just the telescope, because as I said before, I like astronomy and I enjoy learning about science. So once I saw it on social media, me and my class went to a break, and we went into the International Museum where I saw this familiar telescope. So it was not as massive as in social media, but it was way smaller, but it had the similar texture and details on it. So that's what got me interested.
Okay. And who should be responsible for controlling social media companies?
I think that government should control because, like, for example, in Kazakhstan, I think that Kazakh government needs to control social media because they have to like give not just like any kind of say intelligent teams, but more into like studies such as I said before, telescope and what teenagers want to learn. For example,
if a teenager wants to learn dinosaurs, I think that it's a government responsibility to give the dinosaurs a try.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Sure.
Maybe choose one more. So, choose one more. Could you give us your permission? And what is the number of the
For your card?
Okay. So we will start from the first part right now, and then we will give you a little time to the second part. You will have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss. So the first part, do you like reading books and why?
No, not really.
Why?
Because mostly I prefer to maybe watch something than reading. And if I'm reading something, I'm also reading some maybe comics or manga, if you know this one. Because I can see the actions that some characters doing, maybe some decorations. So I can see, and it's much interesting for me than just reading. Because when I'm reading, I cannot really imagine something.
Okay, how easy it is for you to read English books in English?
Once I tried to read the book in English. It was not that hard, but sometimes I met like words that I never seen in my life. So I had to translate. I had to translate almost like every 4 minutes, because there were so many words that usually using in some books, some literature words.
So let's move to the second part. If you need some papers, maybe to do some notes, you may take. Okay, we have spare. So you have 1 minute to prepare the second part, and then the discussion.
Amazing.
Okay.
I don't remember that I really admire. I can say that it's my dad because we have really good relationship, even though he is living far away from us because of some problems. I'm not like really seeing him that often. Maybe 2 times per year, 3 maybe. And the thing is, my dad, he's really kind person. He's really kind to me, to every people, and every time we're talking and we finally meet each other, he's always like talking about his life, but he also asking me about my life, and we can talk about it for nothing. So many, we're just spending a lot of time just to talking about it, just to talk about us. And also, he teaches me a lot about so many things. How should I, which manners should I learn when I will grow up? How should I treat people, and which treatment should I get for people as well? I bet he has a lot of life experience, and even though we're not like even though we're not seeing each other that often. There is something that I really admire. I cannot, it's kind of hard to explain just by words, but he really appreciated me. He really appreciates me. So.
Okay, thank you. So, how do you think, what conflicts can arise within the family?
Like in the family.
there are so many conflicts, and I think most of them can be like someone not doing their job. Maybe, for example, I have siblings. I have older brother, and sometimes he's not doing his part of, let's say, routine. Yeah. For example, I can say my work is, I don't know, wash the dishes, and his work is just to clean the tables, to maybe balcony, and maybe this one, but of course there are much more conflicts. It can be in the family, maybe it also can be between parents and children, especially for the most like usual for me when I stay up and my mom she's always like saying stop staying up, you should sleep more, and we have a little bit of conflict because I keep saying no, I don't want to, it's okay for me, like I don't have school tomorrow, why should I stay up?
Okay. So thank you, Ayala. Yes, you may.
That's it?
Yep. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Anyway. Well, and choose one word. You may see. If you need to do some notes, you may take a paper to do it. What is one of your work? Please. So we will start from the first part right now, and then I will give you time to do the second part. Okay? You will have 1 minute to prepare, and you have 2 minutes to discuss. So, do you prefer to read books or online bloggers?
I'd say I mostly prefer reading papers
Okay.
because when you feel you can feel, when you read you can feel the atmosphere
Yeah.
of you can feel the atmosphere of something that you read. You can touch on something
Yes.
and may sound strange, but I love the smell.
Yeah.
You can feel from the book.
Okay. So, would you give a book as a present?
Yes, of course. I think it's a really good present, especially when you know what kind of books or maybe comics or something like this some person prefers.
Okay. And did your parents read to you when you were a child?
Yes, a lot. I think that is why I really love reading now. I used to learn some kind of poems, and I don't remember them, but still I remember the time when we used to read together.
Okay, thank you. So, I said, we'll give you 1 minute to prepare the second part, and then you can start, okay? Thanks so much. Okay.
Okay, the book that I enjoyed reading the most was Harry Potter, and it's not only one book, it's like a story that is divided into 8 parts, like 7, but the last part is divided by 2. So it's about Walter Pitt special. He had
like this scar on his face, and he had like no opportunities to become favorite child in the family he was raised in. But then he received a letter that changed his world by what kind of things. And I think I'm a big fan of it. And this book affected me really strongly because I wanted to buy all the merch you can see. My parents did my 10th birthday really great and they did lots of Harry Potter merch, and I still like to reread it even now.
Okay, thank you, Liz. And what are the most popular types of books?
I think classical books are the most popular nowadays because classical books.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Liz. So, do you? Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Take care. You choose one more, please. It's like this. What is the number of your card? 4. So let's start from the first part. So which city or region are you from?
This city of Austin is my hometown. I was born in this city. So that is
Okay. What is the best thing about your city?
I think the best thing about my city is that it develops very fast, very rapidly, and since childhood, I've been noticing that it's changing a lot in so.
Okay. And what would tourists find interesting about the city?
In my opinion, tourists find interesting our architecture. Modern. I think they're really that it's harmonized with nature, culture, and modern.
Okay. So I said that let's start from the second part. If you need to do some notes, you may take a paper and write down the answers. Okay. Take it. You do the answer. And you have 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss the topic. Let's start.
Okay, so
Okay, listen.
I saw a video about space It was on platform TikTok, and it was about 2 years ago. And after that, I started exploring and reading books about space. There was a book that called Theory of Everything, written by Stephen Hawking, and I read it till the end in a week. So it was really interesting, and from this video started my love to explore some space things.
Okay. So, do you think it's important to be on social media?
Important. In the modern world, I think it's important because, right nowadays, social media is such a platform where you can meet new people and, I don't know, rate them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Could you give us more papers? What about this one? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Yes, if you need to choose.
This is starting to show you.
No, the number, okay, but
This is
number. So, aside from the first part, what is the most interesting part of your time?
Well, I'd like to say to start first is that Austinite is a really big city. It has a lot of different monuments and a lot of different places you can visit, especially for tourists. However, my most favorite, probably the Vice Eric.
Okay, so would you say it's a good place to live in
Astana, of course, because it's a capital of Kazakhstan and it provides a lot of opportunities for youth to actually show themselves through their hobbies or talents. Especially the fact that Astana right now fosters volunteering works and tries to promote the awareness for students to contribute to the community.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
You know,
Yeah,
in Astana. I was born here. It's been 16 years and I love my city. It's literally my hometown. I have all my relatives here, all my cousins, grandparents, most of my friends that I met, and my childhood friends, they're all from Astana. So I have like great memories with this city.
Okay, so thank you. Let's move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare for this task, and then you have 2 minutes to follow this. Okay. If you need to do some notes, you may take paper or you can start.
Yeah, it's all right. Thank you. I believe that throughout my 16 years that I'm on this planet, I own a lot of things, especially the gifts from my parents, grandparents, and my friends. But the most important thing that I own is a book. The first book that I actually read. It was in English language. My dad got it for me. I believe it was my birthday, my 12th birthday, and he got me a book in English language. It was realistic, and to be honest, I didn't fully read it. I didn't understand the concept of the book, the plot, nothing. However, I really appreciate that thing, and my father actually contributing to my personal development. And the first thing I would like to mention about that book is that it's a mix of fiction and Hungarian mythology. I want to also add that it is really important to me. The first book that actually gave me that love of reading, because now I read everything. I read science fiction, fairy tales. Oh, I love our read, especially Wolf and the Woodsman. The fact that they have that mythology, I don't know, it's just something magical about it that makes it more mysterious.
Thank you. And so, would it be how many people's values have changed? How people's values have changed?
Who exactly do you want me to mention? The youngsters, like my age?
Yes.
My age. Or my personal ones?
Yes, it depends on you.
I can mention both because the fact that I can compare is really important for me because nowadays a lot of youngsters that are more into technology, more into AI, they lose that creativity, I believe. And values nowadays changed a lot because I believe that whenever in primary school, we all used to hang out during the breaks between the subjects and lessons. We used to discuss some different topics, and there were groups that included everyone. There's nothing like you're an outsider and you should step aside. There's nothing like that. We all were friendly. But I believe because of probably teenage stuff going on, puberty hitting people and youngsters especially, we stopped connecting that much, especially with my classmates and ex-friends that I used to have. In terms of our friendship, I think that what changed the value because we used to value our free time, value our friends, and especially classmates, that friendliness that we used to have. However, nowadays we only do teamwork and team group, like group works during the subject. That's the only thing that connects us actually.
So, thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Could you choose one more part? Okay, you may sit. What is the number of your cards? Right. So, we will start with the first part right now, and then we will give you time for the second part, and move to the third part. So, do you like spending time by yourself?
I do like
spending time by myself. Since in my leisure time, it is the only time when I can dedicate this time to my personal development, which means that I can read books and practice speaking and caring about myself and just just being the best version of myself.
Okay. So, would you like to spend more time on your own? Would you like to spend more time on your own?
I would prefer precisely spending my time alone is the best way to come up with your ideas and to know uh, to know what you want and to clear your mind. So it really helps to remove all distractions.
Okay. So, Adina, let's start from the second part. We will give you 1 minute to prepare, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss. Okay, time is up. Let's start.
Well, it was in Almaty last summer, and I was with friend of mine and some few hikers, and we planned to go hiking to the mountains, and the weather was actually good, and it wasn't predicting something bad and cloudy. But then when we got there, the weather went suddenly dark clouds appeared, and it started raining, and the lightning nearby was really loud, and when some of our friends just slept there because of the red stones, and it's really it really deteriorates our plans about hiking.
Okay. So, thank you, Matilda. And how does the weather influence different jobs? How does the weather influence different jobs?
From my point of view, weather have crucial impact on jobs such as interviews. For example, when the interviewer is outside, and if the weather will impair, and if
there would be a thunderstorm or something such as raining and lightning, then it would destroy the recordings, and the news would be disrupted.
Okay. Could you give us your card, please? Okay, maybe six. Thank you.
Take your time.
Hi.
Hello.
Choose one card, please. Okay, you may sit. And what is the number of your card?
Speaking card number 7.
So we will start from the first card, and then we'll give you time to prepare the second one, okay? So, which is more important to you, friends or family?
I would say that for every person, family should be the first priority. Although there could be some people, some friends of yours that could be as close to you as members of your family, but overall, family is a lot more important because these are the people that you grew up with. These are the people that spent most of your life with. So they're really important.
Okay. So, do you have a small or large circle of friends?
In past, I'd say that I was pretty, a talkative person, and I had quite a large circle of friends. But nowadays, I think that number kind of shrank, and now I have a small circle of friends.
Okay. What sort of things did you like to do together with your friends?
Well, for example, that could be a lot of things. For example, going out somewhere, maybe to eat somewhere, to have dinner somewhere, or just going out in the city, talking to each other, or maybe going to the cinema, so that sort of things.
Okay. So, let's move to the second part. Here you have 1 minute to prepare to this topic, and then you have 2 minutes to discuss it. If you need to do some notes, you may take paper or give your pencil. So let's start today. Okay, time is up. Let's start talking.
I think that the person who's kind, when talking about a person who's really kind, the first person that comes up in my mind is my uncle, right? So he is the younger brother of my father, and he is basically the person that I grew up with. And there's a question how you know this person, but I know this person from the moment I was born, so yeah. And my uncle is really gentle, he's really kind, he's always ready to stretch a hand for help. And I think, as listening from him, I've heard that he had kind of a rough childhood along with my father, and that made him like he is. And he is working in a factory, and sometimes he comes over to our house, right? And he's always like asking people things. For example, he also has a great memory and remembers things about people. And I love that about him. And he's really kind also. He's really gentle. He never raises his voice to people. He never argues with anyone. And like for example, if we're on a meeting or at an event, he's always like that one person who's talking to everyone, who's able to communicate with everyone. So he's really kind.
Okay, thank you. So, let's move to the third part. Do most young people in your country plan getting married?
Married? I think absolutely. I think in our country, most of the people, especially young people, are planning on getting married. Although I think a lot of people are, considering this kind of Western approach to marriage. For example, they think that it's important for them to first, build their career, gain some money, and then start marrying. But marriage is, I think, always a priority for people. I think no people in this country, at least, could see them in future without getting married or having children.
Okay, thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. Give us your papers. Okay, Marcus. So, have a good day. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Yeah. Okay. Could you choose the card, please?
Any?
Yes, yes. Okay, to the next speaker. Okay, what is the card paper number?
Number 3. May I start?
Just a second, please. Ask the questions according to So, do you believe in healthy lifestyle?
Well, I wouldn't say my lifestyle is exactly healthy, but I am constantly trying to improve parts of my life so that I can lose weight or, just.
What do you do to keep fit?
Recently, not recently, 2 years ago, I signed up for swimming lessons because I have flat feet. Like it's a late stage already, and I got told that I have to lose lots of weight to reduce the amount of pressure on them. I lost like 5 kilograms, and I still go on those lessons. They help me a lot with my heart. They help me manage my weight, combined with my current diet.
Okay. So, let's move to the second part. We'll give you 1 minute to prepare, okay, then 2 minutes for discussion.
What was the second part?
Yeah, for the second part.
If you need any papers to do some notes, maybe you may take paper notes. So you have 1 minute.
Okay, so something healthy I enjoy doing is playing mind games or with time limits. It can be a Sudoku, it can be chess, anything, even video games like Tetris. The reason I enjoy doing them is because they are not as boring as reading a book, which can take you a lot of time and make watching it feel seem dull because the plot may be boring, etc. Playing games is actually better because it keeps you engaged, especially if you have a specific time set. The reason it's healthy is because in my opinion, it engages a significant amount of it demands a lot of energy from your brain, a lot of attention. If you make a mistake, you can improve yourself. If you keep your brain engaged, and it can prevent diseases like dementia, Alzheimer's, and such. Another thing I enjoy is doing stretches in the morning, like 5 minutes, not just full-on body exercise, just stretching my shoulders, arms, to keep my joints fit.
Okay. So, how important is it for people to do some regular physical exercise?
Physical exercise is actually one of the most important things human can do. There's this thing called muscle atrophy. It's when your brain thinks that since you are not engaging your muscles, your tendons, your joints, you don't need lots of muscle. There's no stress on your body, so it actually allocates the resources from that part to the more vital ones, like your heart, your organs. But regular exercise helps prevent it because one, it puts regular stress on your muscles, keeping them engaged and preventing mass reduction.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Tess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you. Come over there, choose one. Choose one of that. Anyone. One. Okay, you may sit here. What is the number of your card?
10, speaking card 10.
Okay. So let's start from the first part. So, what is your country famous for?
What's my country famous for? I live in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is basically the heart of Central Asia. I think that Kazakhstan has a lot of good qualities, and the whole world knows many different sides about our country. But currently, the most prevalent topic that everyone is discussing, I would say, is boxing, because or sports in general, because many of our people, Kazakhs, they are exceptionally great in these sports. I can even bring up many examples like Solitude. She was very popular in China for quite some time, and even currently is quite popular, especially in boxing.
Okay. So, isn't it an interesting place to live?
Kazakhstan, I would say it's a very interesting place to live. We have a bunch of places where you can look at and just be completely in awe. Because Kazakhstan is a very huge country. it's actually top 10 of global ranking about territory. So it's natural that we have a lot of places that differ in ecology, in biological components. So if you take it all into consideration, I think Kazakhstan is very unique.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the second part. Here you will have 1 minute to prepare, and then you will have 2 minutes to answer to discuss this topic. So if you need to do some notes, you may take paper.
I don't have a pen.
You will be able to answer. So you have 1 minute to prepare, and then we will discuss.
I think my favorite type of tree would be sakura tree. I think it usually grows in Japan, and it grows in Spain. There are a lot of poems, a lot of movies even, that describe the sakura tree, and I do find it quite beautiful. I feel like it inspires many people. It reminds people of how fleeting time is. It associates Japan with love, youth, with hopes, which is why I would consider it to be my favorite tree. Sakura trees, it has pink leaves, so when it's time to spring, Japan is usually filled with just pink scenery.
So, do you think it's similar to gardens or parks in the city?
Can you repeat?
Is it important to have parks and gardens in city?
Of course, it's important to have many beautiful gardens, especially in the current age. It's like when it's urbanization is prevalent, so we have to always just take a step back and remind ourselves of the beauty of Earth, because there are so many beautiful things around us that come from nature. Just even simple trees outside, just flowers that you see every day. There might come a time where you won't even be able to see them. You should like to put the trailer what you see.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Hello. Are you lost?
No, there's one person.
One more?
More people see.
Okay. So, she turns green.
Tell me the number of your car.
Number 8.
So you can be the first question.
I should do questions
Question and
and answer. Do you like reading books and why? Yes, I enjoy reading books because books is an opportunity to improve your imagination, and I think it's very important because when you're reading books, you can imagine your own characters, and not when the characters looks preset like in movies. What books would you take on a long journey? I think probably a book that has over 500 pages, like The Wizard of Oz or something like that. How easy it is for you to read books in English? I think it depends on the book. If it's like literature that was written in 17th century, I think it will be complicated for me to read because there are some old-fashioned words. But if it's modern literature, I think it's easier to understand. Have you ever given up reading a book recently? Yes, recently I don't even read books this time because I read a lot of books when I was young, when I was a kid.
Okay, so let's move to the second part. Here you will have 1 minute to prepare and then you have 2 minutes to discuss. Okay? If you need to do any notes, you may take paper, pass,
No, it's okay.
So let's start.
Okay. A person from my family who I really admire is my older brother. He's not my blood brother, but he's the son of my aunt. But we lived together for 5 years, and he really helped me through that period because in that period I had some complications with my parents, and he was always supporting me, and we was always hanging out outside. Was going to some places, and my favorite memory from hanging out with my brother is probably will be when we played basketball with all of our friends, our close friends. We often played basketball at the summer because it was really warm outside and we enjoyed it the most. So I admire him very much because he was like my second father at the time.
So, what conflicts can arise within a family? What do you think?
What?
Conflicts. What conflicts can arise within a family?
What conflicts can arise
Within a family.
in the family? I think most conflicts often come from misunderstanding and to
avoid conflicts in the family, you should talk very often because when, for example, one parent doesn't spend much time with another one, they may think they are doing something else, like cheating. Even if that's not true, it's not a good sign. So you should just talk it over.
Okay, thank you, Roger. So you goodbye, have a good day.
Take care.
Hello. Thank you. Could you choose one more? Choose one more part over there. You see? Which is one of the part?
I think good too.
Number 2. Okay, so. Just a second.
Just tell me once again.
Let me see. I'll ask you some questions according to your plan. Okay, the first one. So, do you prefer to read books or online bloggers?
Well, I prefer to read books, mostly because for me, I think it's better to have a physical copy of what I'm reading. And oftentimes, if I'm reading something online, it's easy for me to get distracted or just end up browsing something else completely. And another thing is that once I'm done reading a book, and it's physical copy, I can kind of, what do you say, it's just kind of personal preference, I think, you know?
Okay, so would you give a book as a gift?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to the person. If it's someone that I know is, like, if I know that someone's interested in literature, I'll definitely buy them a book. Or even if they're not as interested into it, I'll maybe try to find something that they could potentially enjoy to get them into it.
Okay, so yeah, you have the second part. You have 1 minute to prepare. The others have 2 minutes to answer for this question. And if you need to do some notes, you may take paper and pencil if you need it. Okay, so. Take my paper and do some pencil. Okay.
For the book that I enjoy reading,
No?
for this one, the book that I enjoy
Yes,
reading.
yes, yes, the second part. Okay, let's start.
Okay, so one of my personal favorite books that I've read is The Mythicism by Albert Camus. I think that's very pronounced. So it's an absurdist philosophical book. It's kind of an essay, but it's much longer, and it's based off of the Greek myth Sisyphus. That's the, you may have heard of it, the mythologies of pushing up the rock constantly. And well, the essence of that book as a whole is the philosophy of absurdism and his connection of the myth through both the story and also through a philosophical stance. It explores his views as an author, but also it can be very impactful towards the reader as well, just by sharing his lens on things, the authors. It explores both the meaning of life and thought, but it's also, it's not only an exploration of the universe as a whole and metaphysics in that sense, but it also, I just previously mentioned the meaning of life, but it's, how do I say it? He explains it in a way that's it's very powerful, and it can definitely, I think, like, alter the complete perspective of the reader. and super annoying all-time favorites.
Okay, thank you. So, what are the most popular types of books on the scene?
Just for me or generally? I think maybe, I mean, when it comes to novels, maybe romance, something like that, or some type of action fantasy. Because I've seen books like Harry Potter are very popular.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you need to use videos?
Yeah, okay. Right. Choose one card, please. Take a seat. And what is the number of your card?
Excuse me, I'm not just going, can I?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Thank you.
Speaking card.
4. Okay. So, I'll give you some questions. For the first part, which city or region are you from?
Actually, I'm from the South Kazakhstan. I'm from Almaty. It is my hometown.
Okay. So, what is the best thing about your city?
As I reside in Astana, I think it is particularly known for being the capital of Kazakhstan. Also, it has amazing architecture because there are many buildings with unique and exceptional design, and also there are many like astonishing skyscrapers.
Okay. And let's move to the second part. Yes. Here you will have 1 minute to prepare and 2 minutes to discuss. So if you need to do any notes, some notes, yes, you may take paper or you will answer according to 1 minute to do some notes. Okay, so let's start.
Okay, because to talking about something interesting I encountered on social media. It was an advertisement. Yeah, I saw it on Instagram a couple of months back. If I'm not mistaken, it was in September. So in this advertisement, I saw like the picture of two football players whose names are Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. They were playing chess together, and I was really shocked because they are both the main, like they always have been competing with each other, but in this picture they were like really friendly to each other. And I remember since childhood I've always been watching matches with them, like with their participation, especially when they were El Clasico. It is Barcelona against Real Madrid, and so it was, especially for me, it was really amazing to see this because it was unexpected, and I have never expected that they will meet with each other and play chess against each other. So yeah, definitely I think this was one of the most exciting things for me and to see. So I've never met such an advertisement that drew my attention.
Okay, thank you, Olivia. So, and do you think it is important to be on social media?
Yeah, I think it is really important to stay in touch with your friends, with your relatives, and to stay updated of latest news.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Can I look at
Yes.
something?
Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Are there any, only for
No, okay, we can choose one more first. So, this is not what your cards.
Number 2.
Okay, so let's start from the first part. This is speaking, yeah? So, do you prefer to read books or online novels?
I definitely prefer real books because I don't really like to read online in general. And I really love having a physical book and just love reading in general. I have been reading seriously reading since I was 11. And I find very entertaining and stuff.
So, would you give a book as a gift
Would I give it?
that you give to someone?
Yes, of course, because in my opinion, it's a great gift in general, and especially if a person likes reading and you know what genres they prefer and what authors they prefer. I think that's a great gift for someone.
Okay, so, right, move to the second part. You will have 1 minute to prepare to discuss the topic, and then you will have 2 minutes to do it, okay? If you need to do any notes, you may take a picture, you may write down something, or you will cancel it. If you need it.
I should maybe it.
Excellent. So, we have 1 minute to do this. Okay.
It would be a very basic answer, but the book that I really enjoyed reading would be Harry Potter by John Rowling, like Amy Potter. And mainly because it was the first real novel that I wrote, written in my life. And a friend of my parents gave it to me, and firstly I thought that it's not that serious, it's not that interesting, maybe I'll read it later. But when I finally started reading it, I got so into it that after 5 years I was still a big fan of it. And this book is very special to me because it opened the world of reading to me. It was the first book that I started reading, and after it, I started seriously going to my school's library and taking books like every 2 weeks. And that was a very drastic thing, changing my life. And I'm very grateful for that friend to this day that they gifted it to me. And I'm still a fan of it because I like the whole aesthetic of it, this whole energy of magic, of childhood, wonder, and imagination. And it really gives to me the sense of like holidays and being with my friends. Anytime I read or watch the movies, especially in winter, I feel like I'm back home with my family and friends.
Okay. So, do people in your country like to read books?
I feel like they do, especially young people right now are starting to realize how important it is and how it's actually interesting.
Okay.
also, at least in my around me, there are a lot of people who read books, who like to read books, and who always talk about it. So I think yes.
Okay. So, that's enough. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. After we ask your papers. So, bye. Have a good day.
Все закончили. Наконец. Компьютер надо, да? Выключить. Хорошо. О, что-нибудь сохранить там, что-нибудь включать, что ли?
Вот нормально, что ты здесь протокол засунул?
Решить, да? Ага.